That should do it. Don't think it's too loud. Okay then, let's get the show on the road. Yes, okay. Everything seems to work. And now on to playing some British cruisers. Trying to spade Liverpool, although it's quite stock. And then onto the 5/7s. Let's just hope I don't have to wait too long in the queues. They're quite long yesterday. In the meantime, let's look what I actually want to get for Liverpool soon. She's quite slow, so I want to get my modifications, my speed modifications up first. 4-inch HVT is also kind of important. Probably get the rudder replacement and then these third modifications. And I'll see from there. Not the worst map, though the other side is a bit better for cruisers, because now I have to go all the way around here, instead of just going through here. That all seems good.
Gunners are searching for surface targets.
Might have to quiet it down a bit actually, it's a bit loud still. Flushlov is 5/7, Corso is 5/7 I think as well, that's 5/0. Don't see many people using orders in naval battles, but oh well. Let's see what we can do. I better slow down for the call through here. Didn't want to run into it, do I? Oh. An Eugen 5/7 still. Or well, Hipper, Eugen, whatever it is. don't quite like the velocity of these guns, but at least has a decent reload. Another Omaha. Belfast? Kind of looks like one. Oh. Relax, Mike. And I'm getting shelled from somewhere. I almost think it's more worth it to actually shoot my HE at that thing and not my sap. Let's load the HE and see what happens.
Somebody attack him! Take him down!
Apparently I was going to run aground, but don't ask me where. Ah, there. Well, nothing much to do here other than just shoot at people from range. Is it Northampton closer? Looks like it.
We've captured most of the strategic zones.
I've been seeing that a lot recently, I really don't know what that's about. I think it's people like directly controlling their anti-air guns and just trying to shoot at people, but that's never going to hit anybody. Also, what are we getting slammed by? I need to get out of here. It's that Belfast, isn't it?
On board.
Yeah, they did finally bring down their because of the US cruisers. And thank God they did. They're now actually playable, that rank. And no longer the massive RP blocks. Also, in case you're wondering, and you see the damage model, like the damage indicator, there's been a bug today. It's really weird. Like, you see how there's those segments, like the old damage model? That seems that's just a visual bug. Because you can see the actual compartment still underneath it. But believe me, when I saw that happen when I woke up today, that was quite something. Can I hit him again? No, come on. Hit him so I can show people again. It's a British... you can see the compartments here. But the British Blue Water Fleet... The heavy cruisers are alright. The Dido is alright, but the other light cruisers I don't like much. The damage potential out of these 6-inch guns is just not quite what I'd like. And I'm fine, for the person that asked. Thank you. Yeah, you can see, you'd think, oh boy, the old damage model is back, but no, it's just a visual glitch. I tested this earlier with a couple of people, and it's just a visual glitch. It's really bizarre. Kind of gets in the way of what you want to target as well.
Done.
So why is this Liverpool just sitting there? It's just 2 destroyers, come on. I think for the large part, Japanese coastal is fine, but they're I really like the Japanese frigates, and the Japanese 2.3 gunboats are quite decent as well. But I think that the Japanese don't really have any, like, really specialized boats. Other than the PT-15 is quite fast, but it's like they don't really excel at any one thing. Oh look, a Graf Spee, which is 5.7 for some reason. Can I rack a Spee even with these guns? I don't know. That's going to hurt. That's definitely going to hurt. Alright. Could have been worse.
Attack the aid point. Destroy the target.
Oh, the thing's finally dead. That's a P8, isn't it? Yep. Why are my gunners on just surface targets? Come on. Ooh. No, now it's that I wish I had actually, you know, I actually had HEVT on my 4-inch guns, because that thing is going to hurt me. The 40 mils are getting on target. Ooh, lovely. I think that might even have been one of the 4-inch guns directly hitting him then. Yeah. Did he drop? Can't tell. Yeah, I can't tell. Yikes. Getting it to 1% from Mansalvo. And it's dead. This I find annoying, this map. This bridge here will actually stop you if you're too tall. And I'm not sure if Liverpool is small enough to actually fit underneath it. Because for some reason the masts on these ships are just indestructible, so they will stop you if you just ram into anything. Ooh, Crash B. Let's see if I can bully it a bit. And never mind, it's dead. Does Smiley go for B? He should. Trick, it isn't a new damage model. It is not a new damage model. It's just like, you can see that there are still compartments inside of my ship. These hull segments are just visual. The only annoying part about it is it makes it a bit weird, because you don't know what exactly you've damaged with every shot. I've done some testing earlier with a couple of friends, like I said, and it's literally just purely visual. I've blackened... somebody fired a 30mm at the hull of the destroyer, blackened the entire hull, and I did not lose a single crew percentage. So it's just visual. I was considering making like an emergency video on this, but since I'm streaming today anyway, I might as well just say it here. I might make a post about it till later today. What do we have here? A light cruiser. Is that a... oh, that is an Enterprise, oh boy. Should be firing HE, shouldn't I? Look at this. A Moffat in front of me. That's going to be good. Come on, guns, get on target. Now to try and hit his rear ammo rack. Those might be good. A bit high. Nope, perfect. Come on, anti-air gunners, it's a single Stuka. Why is there only a single 40mm shooting in it? That's going to hurt, isn't it? Okay, still fine. Still fine. My bridge is fine as well, still. That's an AI, I'm not too worried about that. Ooh, a player destroyer. That's soft AI. I'm not really worried about the yacht. camera doing weird things because of the mast. Oh, I quite like Liverpool. It's actually pretty alright in my experience thus far. Kinda surprising because I really don't like Southampton. But then again, this is a lower BR. I mean, there's quite a few 40mm mounts. And remember, I'm used to Japanese anti-air when it comes to, you know, anti-air coverage. What? How did that thing just knocked out an engine? Yeah, I might actually have to deal with that thing, won't I? Also, it seems that the accurate secondary gunners that we had for a few days has been patched out, which is a bit of a shame. But that was to be expected, I guess. Ooh, there's something else there. Oh yeah, the Enterprise is still over there. I'm aiming way too high. Oh, the Enterprise is too high. The Enterprise has gone out of its hidey hole.
Done. Fire on board.
That fire might actually kill it, but I didn't extinguish it fast enough. Okay, I'm fine. Why is my other turret not firing at all? There's only one gun broken. I'm trying to aim for the transmission, but it doesn't seem like my shells want to listen to me. And I'm dead. Nope, there's a transmission hit. Lots of fire. And I'm dead. I'm not going to bother respawning because game's over. Decent amount of RP. Almost got a free upgrade, but nope. I'll go down here and eventually get HVT. Because who doesn't like better training turrets? This is a weird map to see at this BR of cruisers, because you only have one spawn point, it's a small map, and there's no cover. Well, not really any cover. I think I spawned looking A. This is a full down tier. Well, if it is, then I might actually be able to enjoy this match. I'm not looking onto anything yet. There we go. There it is. Let's see if I can hit it so I can identify it. Tenzeugen 5.7, oh boy. Nope. No, that was an AI that probably got replaced. That's a... No, I'm not sure if that's a bot or that's an actual player. And when I say bot, I don't mean an AI, I mean a bot. Like those things we've been seeing recently. It is an actual player, okay then. Is that a droid crawling to a halt? What is he doing? Get up behind him. Jesus, droid, please, just go forward. Come on. I don't have confidence in these 6-inch guns detonating hippers. And yes, Emo, I am indeed suffering in British light cruisers, although the Liverpool has been treating me rather well. Southampton is a different kettle of fish though. No, I don't like British CLs at all. I find their penetrating power to be underwhelming, to say the least. When it comes to Dido, I can agree that it slapped, because I like that ship, but these 6-inch guns, no, I don't like them. Also the velocity, I don't know. I do not like this velocity. The Gabbiano is a special case trick. That's not even a cruiser in my eyes. Hold on a moment. Apologies, I was a bit interrupted. Let's load the HE for that thing, shall we? Actually, that might not be... Nope, that wasn't necessary.
Done.
Though I can use the high explosive against that thing as well.
The enemy ship sank.
And that's 2 easy player kills for absolutely no effort. Why are you grinding with the Yubari, Thomas? Excuse me? That's just self-harm on another level. Out of all the cruisers in game, I think the Yubari is probably the worst. It is a 33 premium, yes, but it's trash, to be honest. I've played Enterprise recently because I needed to get a float plane on it. I don't know what to think of those guns. I found them a bit mediocre because of accuracy reasons. But it did feel a bit more punchy if you could actually pan stuff with it. Oh god, am I going to get sprayed by an Atlanta? I am I? Oh boy. Yeah, that Atlanta's going to ruin my day. I think the rear guns are better. First Amarak, but I don't have the angle yet. Those are too high. I'm not actually sure if I can, but the rear Amarak should be vulnerable, I think. Yes, they were vulnerable, but it didn't kill him. Let's see if I can Amarak the front. Not quite. The engines. Let's go for the engines and the rear smoke funnel. There we go, and he's dead. That's a heavy cruiser. I want to see where the Atlanta is. I don't think I'm even going to repair my rear turret. I don't have any use for it anyway. What's that heavy cruiser there? No, Thomas, it's a weird thing. There were bug fixes today, right? With an It's Fixed. And it's a visual bug. It's purely a visual bug. Because like if I shoot this cruiser... I hope I actually hit it. You can see... Or well, you should be able to see some of the crew compartments still under there. Also the... Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, that hit me on the flank as well. I should have tried to hit it with the bow. But I've got a backup. I've got plenty of backups. It's just a bug, Thomas. It's just a bug. Some kind of some line in the code that I probably messed up. Nah, the bow, there's a chance I wouldn't have deaded. They only have like 270 kilos of TNT, and the distance between the bow and the Amarak might not have deaded me. I did kind of expect torpedoes, but I was hoping it would be a bit worse than that. We'll load the high explosive. Might not even be necessary if I hit. I hit.
Enemy ship sank.
I've got 4 kills and 3 of those were coastal vessels.
Allied forces
And they weren't even 4.3 coastal vessels, they were all lower BR coastal vessels. Which, I mean, why not with this map? Because you can just cap B for free. Also, Tom uses. Yeah, I've had ammo racks with Chicago as well. I've also had a torpedo impact the nose of a Chicago and not sink it. I think. When was it again? Don't remember. The thing is, Kitakami, right? It has 3 140mm guns per broadside, basically 3 guns. Sure, it also has, what, 20 torpedoes per side? But torpedoes are not that reliable of a weapon in this game. In arcade, maybe, yeah, but in realistic? I don't know what BR you'd give a Kitakami. I don't know about SAP overpanning destroyers. I haven't really been playing a lot of SAP ships. I always go for full AP. Yeah, I know Kitakami has 4 guns total, but only 3 available per target. But that's basically less firepower than the, you know, Yubari. But you do have 40 torpedoes. Does that thing have a reload? I'm not even sure. Seeing as Yubari is a Japanese cruiser, probably would have reloads for the torpedoes.
destroy the target. Done.
Here comes the Atlanta again. Yeah, the 6-gun Yubari would have been a bit more fun, wouldn't it? I do recommend playing at this kind of BR if you do not care about winning or losing your ship. Like I have the silver lines to not care about losing my ship. And in general I don't. I will say that it's not my favorite part of the game, playing around this BR. I much prefer earlier destroyers and coastal vessels. I think mainly as well because of the lack of variety. Like if you play 5-7, you're pretty much guaranteed to just see nothing but premiums. Like that's a premium, that's a premium, that's a premium, premium, premium. There are of course non-premiums in here, but still. These two are squadron vehicles, so they might as well be premiums depending on who you ask. What non-Japanese vehicle would I like to see in the game? The thing is, I'm not too familiar with like other nations' cruisers, destroyers, coastal vessels. So I think in general I would love to see France, because why do we still not have the French Navy? And... I need to think about that for a second. Because I've been busy with a video on aircraft carriers, and they're the only ships that are popping into my mind right now. But no, that's for that video to discuss, not here. Liverpool is definitely better than Leander, definitely. The Leander is not a bad ship. It's just that Liverpool is definitely better. Yeah, I'll be real, Thomas. I was actually thinking of HMS Furious, like the 18-inch gun monitor. Probably more because it would be funny, and not because it would be balanced.
The enemy ship sank.
Really? How? Oh, poor Fletcher. Well, there weren't one, but you know what I mean. These weird bombardment vessels. The Furious is the one with the 18-inch gun, right? Like the 2 turrets?
Fire on board.
Yeah, 2 single 18. There was. Okay. Okay, Britain.
The enemy ship sank.
And that's a kill on him. By fire, I assume. Like, I'm just chatting with. I'm not even really playing this too seriously. And how did this happen? I think I need to give Liverpool a bit more credit. It's quite a good ship. If you're up-tiered and you're trying to fight, the best thing to do is to just avoid them. At all costs avoid them. And if you can't, don't repair and just hope for the best. Maybe try and shoot back and just get into cover as quickly as possible. It's what I always do in ships that face opponents I can't really deal with. Is just hope you survive. Only repair if you need to repair engines. And get into cover as quickly as possible. There we go, I'm off that. Yeah, we could see Furious. To be honest, I think that would be... What BR would you put it at though? Because it only has 2 guns. So I think with high explosive enough in our current damage model, you'd get it pretty lethal. And because it's British guns, I assume the high explosive had quite a bit of filler. For those 18-inch guns. Italian... I'll be real, I don't have Italian cruisers. I only have those weird destroyer leaders with 135mm guns. I have not played any proper light and heavy Italian cruisers yet. So I've heard they're alright. Maybe a bit lacking, but alright. How are we winning this? How are we winning this match? I mean, I'm not going to complain, but... I am shocked that we are winning this. As much as we are. Yeah, I was expecting that. I was expecting that. I'm dodging in the wrong direction. I was expecting torpedoes. Though I should be fine. Yeah, I'm fine. The one thing I really need to upgrade about this Liverpool is the speed, though. A bit sluggish. Okay, we somehow won that with really good results as well from my Liverpool. So that should be nice. The best way to kill an Atlanta, for as far as I know, is to knock out the turrets. Like fire sap or AP into the turrets, hope for fires, hope for that those fires spread into the ammo. Yeah, just hope for ammo fires, basically. If you can't shoot the turrets, shoot under them. I don't think they have ready racks because of the elevators, do they? No, they have ready racks, so you could detonate those, kind of. Actually check. Atlanta. She has some ready ammo, so that could detonate if you shoot there. But shooting the elevators and hoping they catch on fire and spreading to the magazines is a good bet. And otherwise just knock out the turrets as much as possible to reduce the incoming fire. But yeah, the anti-frag is it's quite potent. I'll activate our backup. And off we go again. We should probably get a new special task. Defeat enemy destroyers while shooting torpedoes. Oh boy, I'm going to change that. I'm just grinding British, Thomas. I'm just grinding while Liverpool spading it and grinding the next. I think London is the one I'm researching at the moment.
Gunners are searching for airborne and surface targets.
I'm just, streaming for the fun of it. I've seen this guy before. Spokojny, Moffat, Brook. Might be a full down tier. I don't know. I think 5.3 is a weird BR. Because it's like... Because I seem to be in luck today and not facing too harsh of up tiers. I haven't seen battleships yet in my Liverpool. Though I shouldn't really be saying that too soon. Yeah, exactly. That thing could see a Scharnhorst, but I haven't yet. And I'll count it as lucky. Is it a Voroshilov? Or is it Italian? It looks Russian to me. And I think that's 5.7, isn't it? Oh well, doesn't matter. If the destroyer is going to shoot at me, I might as well shoot back. Because you see, that's the thing. If you're facing an opponent you cannot reliably kill, don't draw its attention like this guy is doing. Because, you know, I might want to shoot back.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
100% crew, so that's a... Okay, that's an aced crew on that destroyer. And like a fully upgraded aced crew. That shell was dangerously close.
Fire on board.
Omaha. I really... That has to be Italian. Looking at that general shape. It has to be Italian. There's a plane, I know. I don't really have the means to deal with it. Also, is that the Italian plane or is that another plane? Well, I guess it's time to deal with the Omahas. Another Liverpool, a destroyer that's dangerously close. I might actually try and kill that thing. Yeah, that Liverpool is probably going to be the biggest threat to my existence. But I'm still fine. I need to be careful with torpedoes, but I mean, I don't want to show broadside either.
Another zone captured. We have the advantage.
There's way too many targets for me to deal with, and I don't know what, but I don't think there's many competent backup for me to count on. I don't have any torpedoes I've got either to go into knife fights with. So I'll have to count purely on my guns. I'm not sure how to ammo rack an Omaha. I don't know if it's a front rack or the rear rack I have to go for. it's a rear rack, isn't it? There are the torpedoes I need to be worried about. I'll just turn a bit. As a precaution.
The enemy ship sank.
I think there's an ammo rack. Darish?
Victory is near.
No, that was just the engines. I'll just engine kill it. Yeah, it is pretty rare to see a War Thunder Naval stream, isn't it? So I do try and do one every week. I'm not sure if I can keep it up though. With college starting up soon again. This torpedo's missed. Yeah, they missed.
Fire on board.
He has one more engine under the rear smokestack that's undamaged. A crew compartment in between them as well. That's him dead, but I'll try and go for the turrets to finish him off. Yep. What happened to all the enemy cruisers? There were like four Omahas. There's the Italian thing. He's behind cover. There's another Omaha there. Croza. Yeah. The Omahas are a bit difficult to get the ammo off. But the engines on them are massive, so you just go for those. Is it a... no, that's an AI. I do like the reload of these guns. Like 7 seconds is a good reload for a light cruiser. 8 seconds, but still. There's a summoner. I'll try and deal with that first. But I really want to try and get that Italian cruiser too. There's something... oh, there's another Detroit there. But I believe he got bombed. Yes, he did. Poor thing. A Stormers behind it somewhere? Or is it a... nah, that's now one. Farragut. Secondaries are tearing up that Litchfield, or whatever it is. Parker. I think one more salvo might kill that summoner. Yep. That's an actual player in it. Oh boy. Let's finish him off quickly then. If I can actually aim.
The enemy ship
Yeah.
sank.
What is he doing in the reserve when this is like a 5-3 game? Was he in 5-7? No, 5-3. Like, if there's one game mode where bringing lower BR vehicles really doesn't work, it's Naval. With maybe the exception being coastal vessels to cap, but still. Even that's a bit risky. It might be a bit mean to steal the skill, but I don't care, to be honest. Can I steal it if I go for the engines? That hit marker sometimes pops up on the wrong side, it's kind of annoying. And that's game. Oh well. Decent chunk of RP. Oh yeah, I was doing this, wasn't I? I'm going to change that task because I'm not going to be playing coastal torpedo boats for a while. Sure, that'll work. Get 3 kills in 4 matches? That should definitely work. I'm slowly getting there. I kind of want to get the British battleships because, you know, they're the closest battleships I'm to, I think, compared to any other nation. So I might as well try and go for them first. Even though only really the Marlborough is any good. There we go. I don't know if British cruisers were fun. I remember a period of time where I was really grinding the British and I just did not like them. But that was coming directly out of the Japanese cruisers a while ago when, you know, those 8-inch AP shells really did some work. I'm not sure what to think of these 6-inch guns. I don't like SAP only. I much prefer having AP over SAP. But that's just me. I think their heavy cruisers are quite alright though. Like their 8-inch SAP does hit quite hard. But these 6-inch guns, not really. But they do have actual AA, which is nice coming from the Japanese side. I think they also have they have decent citadel armor, like belt armor. But the turret armor on the heavy cruisers is also very much similar to the Japanese. I am in a 6-0 game. Lovely. Still no battleships though. Well, none on our team actually. Hold on, let me check. Nah, it's just cruisers. Really? Okay. Oh, time to bow in.
Fire on board.
One of the easiest ways to make somebody lose interest into you is just make yourself a very difficult target. Which is exactly what I'm trying to do here. Just turn in, make myself as small as possible and make myself as annoying as possible. Yeah, for some reason, whenever I'm streaming, the matchmaker seems to be on my side for some reason. Like, when I did my streaming Gabbiano, I was having really decent matches, really. But when I was playing Gabbiano on my own, it was just up there, and up there. Sahel is secondary shooting at me, so that's too big of a worry. Let's slow down and put it in reverse and see if the Karlsruhe's aim is true enough. Also, I know that that's a premium because I can see the yellow turret tops from here. Ooh, I think that thing's dead, so I no longer have to shoot at Omaha. Let's shoot that annoying thing. Yep, it's dead. I'll flank ahead again. Oh, I am in the cap. Okay. So I don't have to worry about too much. My bridge is knocked out, so I'm still reversing. Okay. And I'm out of the cap again. Like, this thing is not going to kill me. This SKR-1 is not going to kill me. But the constant HE impacts and the fires are going to drive me nuts. So I might as well kill it as soon as possible. So why is my front turret no longer firing? What am I getting slapped by? A lot of things, apparently. No, not yet, Sky. It's a school-free week after the exam period. Next week is when my college starts again. That thing's dead, no longer care. Do that.
Fire on board.
Jeez. I seem to have drawn a lot of attention to myself somehow or another.
Done.
It annoys me that he hasn't been shot at yet, so that's giving him a bit of trouble. So why is my front gun not shooting? Oh, my frontal magazine got detonated, didn't it? That might be it. That might be it. I thought I recognized that name, god damn it. I'm being stream sniped, am I? Damn, Soviet mechanism. Now, do I recognize any of these other names? No. No. No, they're just shooting wherever they can find, I guess. Our bridge has been knocked out again. Yeah, this time I'm not being sniped by this guy, but I'm being sniped by this guy. As you can see in this chat if you scroll up. Damn it. So it is very useful if you have the same in-game name as you have on the YouTube here. Makes it easier to recognize when I'm being shot at by somebody who's watching me. Just slap him at 10 kilometers away with this 6-inch sap. Yeah, sure. Sure thing, I'll slap him.
We're sinking.
At this rate, I'll have to put in a stream delay. That's kind of boring, isn't it? Still second of the team, so it's fine. That Moffat is sticking really close to the Helena for some reason.
Gunners are searching for airborne and surface targets.
Probably a squad. No. Sure thing, Thrick. Sure thing. Kuma? That's kind of a brave spawn choice on this map. Seems like Brooklyn is dead. Also, is it me or is Helena's second is actually still pretty accurate? For some reason. Come on, guns, just hit the skimmer. Or should I really start focus firing at DD? I think it's dead. It's not a bug. Well, yeah, well, yes, but it's not a damage model bug at least. Yeah, that's the thing. It does make it really hard to see what is damaged and what isn't. Though since I usually snipe the engines anyway, and they're still visible, I'm not too troubled by it. No, Trek, it is not a DM change. We've tested it with a few people, it is not a damage model change. Like, again, I was in a test drive in a Shimakaze. Somebody put ammo used a 30mm gun with only high explosive, blackened the entire hull of the Shimakaze, and I had 0 crew damage. It is not a damage model change. I can guarantee it. But it does very much look like a damage model change because you can't see the compartments properly when you shoot at somebody, but if you look close enough you can see it's still the same old damage model underneath. Like, you can see the damaged compartments here for crew, so it's not a damage model change, luckily. Because if this was a damage model change, it would have changed the entirety of the matchmaking and all the balancing. It would have been weird. I almost feel sorry for the Skooma, but that's the reality of that ship, really. The Japanese light cruisers aren't really that good.
Gunners are searching for airborne targets.
That destroyer is still alive? It blew up a while ago. And now it's dead.
Threat in the air.
Does he really spawn into a backup Kuma? Oh. But then, well, 3RP is 3RP, I guess. If I can actually get my aim on point, it is. Good to hear. Good to hear that you're enjoying Naval. This game is most likely going to be a victory again. So let's try and farm as much RP as I possibly can. And I feel really sorry because I do actually like these Japanese ships. But their light cruisers are just bad. In most cases, these Japanese light cruisers are more just destroyers that are upsized than actual cruisers. I think that was usually the rule as well. Did I get the attention of that thing? Not quite. So let's just continue bullying the Skooma. It's really annoying that these hit markers don't appear properly on the correct side. Oh, that thing's dead, he's flooding. And some didn't get an assist? Or did I? Oh well, doesn't matter. Damage is damage. the thing is, there are a few more Japanese cruisers that I actually really want to see when it comes to light cruisers. Oyo definitely being the top of those. That weird, that cruiser with like the two Mogami 155 turrets at the front. And that's it for all the main armament. I really want to see that ship. It seems that our stream sniper here didn't have any other cruisers, did he? Please, can I wreck him? Please, can I wreck him before the match ends? Damn it. Got away with it. Or she, who knows? Another almost 6,000 RP. I should probably get VT first, and then primary armament. Ah, you're researching Leipzig. Yeah. Funny enough, these three cruisers, like, they're known for having a really vulnerable rear ammo storage. Like here, like you can see it poking above the waterline, it's massive. On Nuremberg, on Köln as well, quite big. But I've noticed that on Leipzig, that rear magazine is nowhere near as obvious above the waterline. Like it's like just below it, I think. And I've played this ship a bit. Just to upgrade it and research the other ships. And I've noticed that when 1v1ing another cruiser, it tried to shoot me here and it just didn't work. Because the magazines are actually quite low in the water for Leipzig. Compared to Köln or Nuremberg. But anyway, that's for another stream perhaps. I wouldn't say it's a little harder. I think it's quite a bit harder compared to Nuremberg at least. Whichever the one I showed first. Is Nuremberg or Köln? I never know which one is like the latest one or the most expensive one and which one is the cheapest one when I see them. I think their heavy cruisers are pretty alright. Like York, I've been having trouble with York, but I really like the guns. I really like the guns on York. I'm hoping the same will happen for all the other cruisers. Southampton is a bit of a yikes. I don't have any clue about their battleships, but I haven't heard good things about them at all. So I have heard good things about Marlborough. But I have not heard good things about Invincible, Dreadnought and Colossus. But it's not like a bad ship has stopped me before from spading it. I don't like Coraline. Like, what I think is one of the biggest problems with some of these maps is single spawns. Single spawns are so bad. Like, okay, I spawn here, the enemy team all spawns over here. You shoot at each other directly. And you don't have any... Like, this spawn cannot go over here, realistically, without just dying over here. So all you have to do is go here, but the cover is a bit... Sure, you could go in between the islands directly to the capture point, but that just exposes you to so much gunfire.
Gunners Goners are searching for airborne.
And then of course you have to try and make this turn without running into anybody. So, good luck with that too. The current meta battleships are definitely the Russians and Scharnhorst. The Scharnhorst kind of for the wrong reasons. Scharnhorst is a very tanky ship, but the firepower is underperforming compared to the Russians.
Mercy.
Hugo, really? How many Hugos do you actually still see in matches? Not that I play battleships all that often, but compared to Parishkaya Kommuna, Marlborough or Scharnhorst, Hugo's a much rarer sight, no? Oh, isn't Atlanta already opening up? Lovely. Do you still see a fair bit of Hugos? I find it weird because I used to really like Hugo. And slowly but surely I just don't. I just get ammo racked as soon as I play it. It's like really weird. I have the greatest luck with matchmaking in these cruisers, surviving entire matches. But when I play my battleships, I just get nuked.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Yeah, I know that Scharnhorst is not that tanky if you know how to kill it. But the only comparison I have for battleship gameplay is Hugo, and Hugo is probably the opposite of tanky. Also, this map has weird airfield locations. Like, if I'm here, I can just shoot directly at the airfield. So I have actually yet to kill an aircraft on an airfield in Naval. Do what, guy? Shoot an aircraft on the runway? Or play Hugo? This guy, yes to what? I asked 2 questions. Both. Okay. Sure. I might actually do a match in Hugo just to see how bad I am in it. And to have a little break from this Liverpool. It is a player as well. Ooh. Should slow down a bit. They're all players. Okay, I'm definitely going to slow down and just open fire.
Most of the zones are under control.
A full match? Not often seen. Is that a Moffat shooting at me? I don't understand the brazenness of Moffat captains. Like, they are floating powder gags with one good hit and they're gone. Why do they always shoot at cruisers like it's nothing? Yes, yeah, Trek, you know what I mean. The average Moffat player, I should say, not all of them. The average Moffat player. Yeah, well, as you can see, not in my match. But it depends on the BR, I guess. I haven't had too many... It also depends on the time of day. It's like midday in Europe. So... really with normal names, because you have like the really weird names, of course, or like just jumble of like 6-7 signs. I have seen some bots actually, now that I think of it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh yeah, those kind. Yeah, I haven't seen that many. 2 or 3 a team maybe, and that's it. Oh, are those bots as well? Those cruiser players that fire like all of their anti-air guns in the air. That would explain it.
Fire on board. Done.
Yeah, I know the old zombie bots were long gone. About again.
Keep it up and victory will be ours.
Well, that's also a quick tip if you're unflooding yourself and you want to repair something else. As long as there's no hold in your ship, you will unflood yourself, even if that's no longer active. The unwatering is no longer active. So just disable that and you'll get rid of the flooding. Whilst also reducing your repair time. What was the guy doing all the way over here? Okay. Tashkent from the front.
The enemy ship
Okay.
sank.
He was much more damage than I thought he was. Or than I expected him to be, rather. That P-47 just wasted his own life. Lovely. Yeah, good luck, Soviet. Good luck.
Keep it up and victory will be ours.
That Moffat has been prowling around back there for the entire game now. Gotten 2 kills somehow. So he's doing the best out of a full up tier, I suppose. Ooh, there's another Moffat. But they're behind an island, so I can't ammo rack him. 2 Moffats, even better. And what do we have here? An armada. You know where you shoot an armada? Right underneath the front turrets. Right around there. That should... shells are a bit forward. Yeah, they're a bit too forward. Those seem a bit better, but still forward. And high, actually. Yeah,
The enemy
there you
ship
go.
sank.
Will I get this cap before the game ends? I think I should be able to. For some reason they're just ignoring me, so I'm just going to use that opportunity and sneak on by. I hope these Moffats back up. Come on. There's nothing more fun than detonating a Moffat. They're both actually Moffats too, like they're not Somers or Porters, nope, Moffats. That's a halaf. Interesting. I'm not too worried about getting bombed. Though, yeah, I should probably try and dodge somehow. I'm fine. Though I lost all of my props. So, you know the weak spot of a Moffat, right? I can't show it here because the game's going to end before I get around this corner. But the rear magazine is just like a guaranteed insta-kill on Moffats. If they show even the slightest bit of side, and you shoot just below the rear turrets, at the waterline level, you can detonate them. It's like... It is so... Actually, can I pull it off before the game ends? Turrets rotate? No. But it's like right around there, and it should be able to detonate if I actually hit. But they are rather annoying ships to face. Another 4,000 RP. Yeah. That's a bit more difficult to deal with. I should change that task please, because that's not going to be easy in a cruiser. No. No. Yeah. I still don't know why Kent is a 6-0 and London isn't. Or Norfolk for that matter. Yeah, but Kent has the worst NTR out of all those ships, as far as I know.
Gunners
Oh
are
yeah,
searching
yeah,
for
torpedo
airborne
bolts is
targets.
right. Still. Oh, but yeah, torpedo bolts just act like reactive armor basically by just absorbing that amount of TNT. Doesn't matter if it's a torpedo or a shell. Yeah, that might be it. Ha, you're on my team this time. Thank God. Where are you? There you are. That's a lovely face on the bridge there. Did it? Yep. Good, he's noticed. We've got some Moffat, by the looks of it, being a bit frisky. So time to turn our bow in and try and weather that barrage. And see if we can detonate any of them at range. And welcome to the stream, Aham.
Fire on board.
100% Moffat, okay. Somebody who spent a few golden eagles in. Come on, I'm getting so close to detonate. Ah, there we go. That is one Moffat out of the picture. I think that's another one. This is the Liverpool, the squadron vehicle for the British Blue Water Fleet. I just, like, kind of recently unlocked it, so I'm just spading it now. Even though I have a full 5-7 lineup as well with a good spade.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. Most of the zones are taken by the enemy.
Fire on board.
My dispersion is screwing with me, isn't it? Come on. So I don't know how this Moffat is facing. Is it facing me that way? Ah, there's another one trying to challenge me. I love to see people just broadsiding in front of cruisers. Like, ah yes, that's definitely going to help. Because there go your engines, now you're stuck in the water. And smoke is not going to help you. Smoke is not going to help you in that situation. It really isn't. Not on this ship. I use torpedoes if I think they're good torpedoes, if they're fast, and if they have a range, which I am often at with those kind of ships. And I didn't deem it worthy to take torpedoes on Liverpool. I need to check again what kind of range I have, but because the risk with taking torpedoes is, if you are not going to use them often, it is not worth the risk of them detonating. So that's why that's what you have to weigh out when you take torpedoes or not.
Fire on board.
Bird plane. Oh boy. Those are not going to hit. Those are not going to hit. And I'm being shot at by a Liverpool or a Southampton. One of the two.
Fire on board.
Ah, he was facing me. Nose in. A smart Moffat. But I can still ammo rack you from that angle. Although I think those were the ready racks, if anything. Cheeky little lich field on the side. That's another dead Moffat. I should probably do something about the flooding. And what else is there to worry about? What? Is that thing dead? Should be right. It isn't. It is not dead because it just deployed a smoke screen. That's definitely dead.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
That is a British destroyer, which are easily ammo-rackable. Let's see if we can do that again. That's probably going to go over as well. It's just way shorter. Ooh, that's a Nuremberg. Should be able to ammo-rack those if he goes around that corner. One more shot at this British GD and I have to swap to the Nuremberg. Out of precaution. British GD is dead. I'll wait for the Nuremberg to pause a bit further. Let's see if I can get the rear ammo rack. Not quite. But I should have gotten rid of his torpedo protection now. Come on. Come on. That's the one thing I'm not sure if it's a damage model bug, is this torpedo protection. When it's black, when it's been blackened out, they usually disappear from the X-ray. But they aren't for this thing. They aren't at the moment. I'm not sure if that is a damage model bug or not. I'll go for the engines instead. More reliable. Because I can't even see where his ammo is.
Fire on board.
It's a moment. There we go. Another DD. That's in some Oknavoy maybe? Not quite sure. How much? How much what? What is it being shot over there?
Gunners are searching for surface targets.
I can America move from the front as well, I think. Not quite. Just keep going, Moffat, keep going. Yes, there we go. Ah, it's been killed. God damn you, Soviet. That is a reserve coastal vessel. You already have that capture point on A. What is the point in spawning that coastal vessel? Especially when we have vision on your spawn.
Attack the A point.
Is it better than not spawning if you die instantly? I mean, it's better for me, better for our team, they get more RP. Like, same with this guy. What's the point? Can I ammo rack a glitch field? I'm not sure, I'll just go for the engines. Oh, that was another Moffat. Almost could have been able to ammo rack another one. I need to be careful of torpedoes, but I don't think he carries them. Or she. It.
The enemy ship sank.
That's another one dead. And Eugen, this was a 5-7 game the entire time? Okay then. Yeah, I guess points are points, but I don't think taking damage gives you points anymore in Naval, like they used to. Oh look, another Moffat. Let's see if I can actually ammo rack it this time instead of just crew kill it. Nah, that's going for the engines. Which I mean still is an effective way to kill a destroyer, but I want to ammo rack a Moffat because it's satisfying. Shot under. Should probably deal with that thing as well.
The enemy ship sank.
Why is dead? The spawns are similar. Spawns are identical between arcade and realistic. You only get 3 ship spawns and aircraft cost SP. That's, I think, the same as AB, isn't it? Multiple aircraft approaching apparently. I saw multiple airheads, yep. That's why I find it confusing when I see people in a match like this spawning a single reserve coastal vessel. Because you only have 3 ship spawns. So spawning a reserve coastal and dying immediately just throws away the spawn. Whilst you could as well, you know, spawn that. Or another cruiser or something that's a bit more effective at least.
Gunners are searching for airborne targets.
Done.
That was not intentional, but I still am wrecked in Eugen. I feel bad for those things, but at the same time they're premium ships, so sure. Let them die easy. Let's go to cap. What is that, a Corsair? It is. I mean, he doesn't seem very keen on approaching me. To be honest, I will agree with that. It does feel better shooting a target and seeing that damage stick. Seeing the whole compartment damage a bit. It feels a bit more like you're doing something instead of nothing. But at the same time, I think it's genuinely just a bug that crept in when they did the bug fixes today. Because there was a... what is it? Fix it or let's fix it? What is it called? There was a bug fixing patch today. Even with the recent economy changes, Naval is still a moneymaker, Jesus. And that's only with a 15% booster too, I think. Well yeah, a 15% booster and premium, but still. A smooth 130,000 silver lines. That's the thing, like, these squadron vehicles, they're not premiums. But they do have... Do they have better SL modifiers? Not really. But I always get the feeling that they do have better SL modifiers. Even though that's not really the case. Oh yeah, the torpedoes, I'm going to check them again. Like, 9.6 kilometers is a decent range, but 67 kilometers an hour is just too slow for me. any torpedo like over 75 kilometers an hour I take, because that's a decent speed for torpedoes. But like below 70 kilometers an hour is already... I don't consider it worth it if they're slower than 70 kilometers an hour. And especially like 67 kilometers an hour is the same speed as some of the heavy cruisers just can go. Like, was it Mogami or Suzuya? Suzuya, yeah, Suzuya goes 67 kilometers an hour. So if you were to launch a torpedo that's Suzuya that's running away from you, it would never catch it. When it comes to good torpedoes, I've liked these American destroyer torpedoes. Without the torpedo mode, because that's useless. Come on, get rid of it. Like 83 kilometers an hour is a decent speed for a torpedo. Their range is a bit limited, but destroyer fights are usually closer anyways, so they're still useful. Yeah, like these torpedo modes, I don't see the point in them. The only time where you want to have more range is when you shoot a stationary target that's never going to move. I'm playing British cruisers Halo because I want to get my British 3 in order. Also, sometime I'll have to do these two, but I have everything spaded and I don't like spade. I am so tempted to just save up the Golden Eagles from tournaments and just GE either one of these two. Probably just Blackpool because it's cheapest. It's just like grinding out 300,000 RP of these ships is not fun. But anyway, cruisers. And I just kind of also want to get my next battleships. The only battleships I have, as I've said quite often now, are the Japanese with Setsu and Hyuga, and they're not exactly, you know, the average battleship. I think it's like 50-50 whether or not it is tinkering for the next update, but it could also just very well be like a state in some kind of code where instead of writing false, they just misspelled it or something. Like this damage, like compartment damage model equals false or something like that, but they somehow misspelled that false. Or they forgot I don't know, they forgot something in it. This could very well just be a coding, like a spelling mistake. Or it's something to do with the next update, but I doubt it. If they actually consider reverting the damage model back to these whole sections, why? Why would you spend so much time and effort to actually model the internals of a ship and then just throw it away? I'm not using 5.7s because I believe in Naval. I want to spade my Liverpool first. And up-tiering a ship to actually spade it is horrendous. Because every single battle rating step for Naval matters when it comes to matchmaking. Like look at this matchmaking. Destroyers, early cruisers. If I were to put in my 5.7s, I'm guaranteeing you I'm going to see a lot more 5.7, 6.0 and battleship games. So I'm taking it easy, I'm just playing 5.3, I've got backups on my... I had backups on my Liverpool, I forgot to put a new one in. But yeah, I think if you actually want to spade something, play it at its own BR. It's much more enjoyable than trying to fit it into a higher battle rating lineup and playing it then as backup or as a late spawn. I don't know. I much prefer just playing the ship at its own BR. Even if it doesn't really have a lineup. So, Leander, Dido, Arethusa even, they're decent for the lineup. Is it I actually really enjoy Liverpool. I suspected I was actually not going to like it because I don't like Southampton, but I like Liverpool. Mainly because my matchmaking has been really good today. And I don't know, it's been treating me well.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
How many shells is that? 1, 2, 3. Oh, so 3 triples. American? Might be Russian.
Fire on board.
You've got to be kidding me, right? Oh, there goes my frontal gun for the rest of this game. Okay, okay. That's somehow happened. That's somehow happened. Whoops. Okay. Okay. I'm shocked that I got ammo racked through the nose of this thing. How did that happen? So I need to cancel that. Let's start my regular repairs. The magazine got ammo racked through the nose. Really? No, but I got it back again. Yeah, I got my ammo back again to what it usually is. Maybe it was a flooding that just took away my ammo. Okay. Still, that's weird. So who is that shooting at me? Is that a name I recognize? No, it's not that thing. That thing. No, it's that thing. Something over there, I think. Don't recognize the names. Yeah, I'll fire when I want see a target because I don't want to waste the one front turret salvo I have if it's really that. Please put out that fire before it detonates. Thank you. Okay, if it's really that, is it Saddam that's shooting me? Because I'm going to start shooting back. I'm shooting back. It seems I have all my ammo. Okay, that's a miracle. Moffat. Can I... Let's see if I can snipe the rear ammo mag from this kind of angle. Probably... Ah, it's already dead. Never mind. That's an Arethusa. There's the Omaha. I'm trying to... Yeah. The thing is, I don't take torps if I don't think they're useful. Because... to prevent detonations. If torpedoes are useful, I'm taking them, but it's only 3 per side, and they're like right below those turrets. Those secondary turrets also catch fire quite a lot. I don't like the risk, and they're really not good torpedoes, in my eyes at least. Thing is, I also don't play this thing in a way that I can use the torpedoes. Like, I play this thing bow in, camping corners, and then there's no point in having torpedoes. Well, not really, at least. Yeah, that's what happens when you have a detonation in your magazine. You just keep hearing that fire. Even though there isn't actually a physical fire anywhere on the ship, you just keep hearing it.
Attack the
Well, I guess it's something to keep the crew warm. Leipzig.
Most of the zones are under enemy's control.
Let's see if I can actually detonate the rear of that Leipzig. I think I did detonate the rear of that Leipzig. Okay. Or somebody did at least.
Fire on board.
Fire in the engines. %, crew, eh? I think I can kill him if I shoot the front. %, crew, he's dead, but I want to finish him off so he can't fire at me. Setting me on fire constantly isn't fun. There we go.
The enemy ship sank.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
I got an engine back up and running. Yeah, that's one way to stop your destroyer, I guess.
Fire on board.
I agree. Yeah, like that's. See that? Those two fires right next to the torpedoes? I don't like that. I don't like if that could possibly spread and detonate them. Omaha and a Dido. I'm going to turn around and run away because I'm damaged, I am out of position, and I just do not want to be focus fired. So let's just get out of here because we're in a crossfire, and get out of here as fast as possible.
Enemy's getting closer to victory.
That's a heavy cruiser, that's a destroyer. Yeah, I'll just make a 3-point turn and engage these two ships. The destroyer is going to be out of harm's way, so let's focus fire up here. It is kind of funny, yeah, that a bug fix update did bring this really big bug to the Naval. But it's also kind of typical, isn't it? Portland. Boy. I need to get out of Dodge. And soon. I forgot to equip the HEVT on my 4-inch guns, didn't I? Yeah, even though I did actually unlock it. Again, destroyer, you're aware that I'm in a cruiser, right? Shooting at you with sap? Why are you reversing into my field on fire? Broadside onto me. That is not going to end well for you. That is just not going to end well for you. Especially now that I'm out of line of sight of that heavy cruiser. I can just start smashing you as much as I want. If I can actually get my aim on target. That was about to be expected when you just sailed broadside onto a cruiser. Also, what actually happened to that Dido? Yeah. It seems I just thought of it at the right time. I need to get out of here. I think that Dido is shooting me with HE. I'm not too afraid of it. Ooh, something just burned off on that Dido.
Done.
And there goes his ammo. Okay. Sure thing. Also, this stream is probably going to last like another 2-ish hours, so...
The Allied forces have captured a zone.
Also, don't feel pressured to actually enjoy RB for Naval. Like, if you enjoy arcade more, that's all fine. It's just that I personally don't really enjoy arcade that much. Mm-hmm. That's probably the Omaha that we saw way earlier together with a Dido. I think I'll move up a bit. Get closer to the fight. Oh yeah, of course, if you're not used to using realistic aiming in arcade, for example, then the aiming system is a bit to get used to. Yeah, of course. It's just I've played Naval for quite a while, so I'm just gotten used to how to aim these guns, how to give lead roughly. Although my vertical lead is still quite off, but I'm still getting used to this newer system.
We're ahead of the enemy.
No visuals anymore. Oh, this heavy cruiser is right here. Me empty barrels. How did you manage that in an SKR-7? 4 naval damage. Like, even against cruisers. How did that happen? He's looking dead at me. He knows I'm coming. Ah, no, it's the turret just being knocked out. Okay then. Let's see if I can knock out that rear one too. Yep. Okay, ammo. Let's see. I think ammo might actually be difficult. And oh, yeah, that was. How is that thing not dead? He's. Let's see if we can ammo rack him in one. A bit too far in the back, and he started moving forward too. There might be one and two in there. Yeah, there we go. There's truly nothing more satisfying than detonating these premium Moffats, like, instantly.
Returning to the base.
And Hawkins has open gunman, so let's see if we can knock him out of high explosive. There goes one or two. Yeah, that's basically what the rear ammo rack of a Moffat is, just a nut shot. Straight where it hurts.
On board.
Probably switch to SAP. Actually shoot the engines. Just, in a Moffat in general, just do not expose your waterline, basically. I think the front magazine is also vulnerable, but not as notoriously vulnerable as the rear magazine of Moffat. Just, if you find an island, hide behind it. Like, even if it's just low enough to hide your waterline, hide behind it. I still didn't equip the VT. Shrapnel protection might be good. A 6-inch HEVT is very tempting as well to replace my regular HE. But that'll be when we get there. Ooh, a new thing popped up. Yep, exactly. Make the island your waifu. That is the mission goal for Moffat. Yep. I think Somers doesn't have the same vulnerability at the front, but it might have. But it still definitely has the same vulnerability at the rear. Mediterranean port. Oh boy.
Gunners are searching for airborne targets.
I mean, funnily enough, when it comes to World of Warships, if you've played that game a little bit, you can use some of the same tactics in this game as well. I got a message earlier, I saw that. That's from Sky. He's going to hunt me now, is he? Boy. Service on my team again. Now where's Sky? That's the question. Moffat, let's see if we can detonate him before he reaches the other island. Come on. Too far to the rear, a bit more lead. Although... almost, if those didn't undershoot, I might have ammo-racked him. Those didn't undershoot. That's too much lead again. And a bit too high. Almost. A bit better. Got the two rear turrets of the Moffat, not the rear magazine like I wanted. Come on. Ooh, a cackle. Why am I repairing? I have nothing to repair. I repaired it anyway, damn it. Ah, there you are, Sky. We'll play nice. I'll not shoot you. I'll rather shoot the juicy destroyers, to be honest. I still forgot to put a backup, didn't I? Yeah. Need to remember that. It is a full match again. Quite a few of those. What's still damaged? Oh well. Oh, Wilkinson. That's actually quite an interesting premium ship, the Wilkinson. Hello, Mag. Because of the rapid fire 76s on the Wilkinson are really impressive. Ah, a Moffat broadside onto a cruiser. What will happen? What will happen?
Fire on board.
Ah, a bit high. Damn. I do have to repair that damage though. I'd rather have my full turrets.
Fire on board.
Like, even if I can't ammo-rack that thing, I'll just break its engines. But I ammo-racked it anyway, so it doesn't matter. No, Mag, it's just visuals. Just visuals. It hasn't actually done anything with the damage model. And there goes another instant ammo rack. It's just... there's nothing I love more than ammo racking Moffats at this battle rating. No, the damage model did not change. The compartments are still there. I've tested this with other guys as well. We've blackened the entire hull of a Shimakaze with no damage to the crew. None.
The enemy ship sank.
No, it really doesn't. Again, I can blacken an entire destroyer with no damage to the crew. Oh look, another Moffat. Shall we ammo-rack that thing as well? Maybe? Ah, a bit high. I am playing against Sky, yes, on coincidence. And that thing burned to death. That's another Moffat dead. Sure. I'm planning to keep streaming once a day. I don't have a regular schedule, so I don't know what days. But at least once a week, not once a day, once a week, I'm planning to stream. And I think I'm going to swap like week on week between coastal and blue water. Like 1 week will be blue water vessels, the other week will be coastal vessels for the stream. Because I do have plenty of trees still to grind. So I might as well do it on stream. Oh, another level. Ah, that's Sky in his Liverpool. We said we were going to play nice, so we're going to play nice. I need to get out of here because there's quite a lot of fire I'm taking. Ooh, that was kind of a frame rate drop for some reason. Yeah. Also, I haven't said it in a while, but my regular content will resume soonish. It's just that I'm working on a rather big video at the moment on carriers. Because I wanted to, and it's gotten a bit out of hand, to be honest. Space. I completely looked over that. Space soon as well. I somehow mistook it for Sky. Ah, I'm running into a lot of people in my stream. I guess that is to be expected when there's not really that many people playing Naval, and not that many people streaming Naval as well. Like again, I haven't. We've blackened the entire hull of a Shimakaze. If you're on my Discord server, Mag, you'll see the image. I think I posted it there as well. Blackened most, if not the entire hull of a Shimakaze with 0 crew damage. Then again, I was when we did blacken that hull of a Shimakaze, that was a 30mm HE from that PR-12412 Russian boat. Because we didn't want to pan, we just wanted to see what happened if the hull turned black. And well, yeah, no damage. And you can still see the crew compartments in there. So it's not like they removed one damage model and added this one back in. It's something else, and I'm not quite sure what. I have been hearing other people saying as well that they've heard mixed things about this, but I don't think it's a damage model change. It certainly looked like one when I woke up this morning, and it shocked me, that's for sure. But testing, from the testing I did with some other people, we came to the conclusion that it's just a visual bug. There is something over here, but I don't know what. That might help, yeah, man. That's a good call. That might be a good help, especially in these closed. I usually do when I enter closed waters like this, but thanks for reminding me. of course, we're going to start shooting at those destroyers. But there was something over... Yeah, there's something over there shooting it. Like, shooting anti-air guns. Oh, it's right there. Is it an LCS? It's a Fresha. Ooh. That's a juicy target. Let's cap first and then kill it. Does it Fresha even know that I'm right behind him? Does that Fresha even know? Can I make that turn? I should be able to. Ah, my 40 moles have noticed him. And they've hit him. Arty? That might have been Arty's shell. Come on, surely I can make that. I'm not going to make that turn. I am not going to make that turn. Or maybe I can, maybe I can't. Come on. Yeah, I need to back up. Nope, back up a bit more.
The enemy ship sank.
Oh. Oh no, yeah, that bug where AI gunners were accurate against surface targets again has been fixed already. There was a period of a few days where that was the case, but it's already been fixed. So that's no longer a thing anymore. Yeah. The thing is, I kind of like having somewhat accurate secondary gunners, but the big problem of having that is that you can just have your main gunners be AI and then they just kill everything.
Done.
I need to keep moving because that thing launched a torpedo. I'm still under artillery fire. That means something else just spawned and put artillery on me, didn't it? Yeah, that anti-air, the AI gunners being accurate against surface targets was a bug a few days ago for a little while, but it's already been fixed. I noticed that as well today. Betcha, I'm a cruiser. What do you expect to do with 40 mils? You know what? Let's switch to. You know what? Let's switch to my 40 mils as well. Here, have fun. Have fun. And he's dead again. Like, he might be grinding his Italian coastal fleet, I know, and that thing is still in my BR bracket, but don't go looking for a fight if you don't have torpedoes. I have HVT on my 4-inch guns, so they should be doing something. So what is that? An AM1. A single aircraft is about to break through the air defense of Liverpool. A single aircraft. Are those bombs? Yeah, but it doesn't matter anymore. Remember, there are people that say that anti-air gunners are overpowered, by the way, against single targets. You know, that plane that almost bombed me. I don't understand some people. So, somebody in my chat earlier was saying that these kind of people, players that do this, are bots. And I'm almost inclined to believe, if only he wasn't hitting me. Like, what's the point? I'm not in a coastal vessel, that's not going to hurt me. It will get him a lot of hits and a lot of silver lines, though, I think. If you actually do that to a player. But he's in a squad as well, isn't he? In a squadron? Is that really a bot? Someone doubt it. 100%. So that's an 8th fully crew as well. I don't know, man. Are these bots? It is definitely abnormal behavior for a ship like that. To just fire all of these automatic guns at me. Though it might be a good way to just rake the deck, I guess, and knock out all of my anti-air guns. But even so, really? I like it. I like this Liverpool. I actually quite like it. And as a squadron vehicle, you can get it for free as well, though. It's a nice ship. It's a nice 5.3. It's a very nice 5.3. I'm trying to Amarak this Hipper, but it's been quite a while since I've actually really on purpose Amarak the Hipper. I don't really know where to aim. Like I Amaraked one 2 or 3 matches ago, but that was an accident more than anything. Should I rack the front of it maybe? Yeah, this is somebody who's actively using his secondaries and letting the AI gunners use the main guns. Why? What is this doing? Why? I could believe that this would be a bot actually, because no player would be stupid enough to do this, surely. Ah, it may have been a bot that was developed during the time that the AI gunners were really accurate. That might be the reason. But still, it's weird. If they're that accurate with just their secondaries, why not just use that for the main guns? Oh well. I don't know, man. I really don't know the reasoning behind. Like, I've seen those bots with like the six letter names, really obvious bots, and they're not half bad, like tactics wise and all that stuff. But this, I don't understand this behavior at all. I'm sorry, Sky. I'm just having streamer luck with my matches. How many matches have I actually lost when I started streaming? Yeah, this was... I haven't lost a single match since I started 2.5 hours ago. Okay, streamer luck, that's it. The snail... the prayers to the snail have been heard. That must be the reason. Let's use his big SL boosters. Oh yeah, but no, those are the game spots. I'm talking about player accounts that are using bot programs to do things in Naval. Like the in-game AI, yeah, have normal names like David or some. You can recognize them because of the names and because they don't gather any scores. But yeah, there have been quite a scourge of player bots, like player account bots. For some reason, they're doing things in Naval. But usually not the best. Though they're pretty good, actually. They're sometimes better than some players I've seen. Like the most frequent ships you see at this BR are Spokoinis, are often like bots. If you can see their name, they're often Spokoinis in premium ships, like the Courage, if you're in the lower BRs. The Destroyer Courage. That kind of stuff. I'd say get Dido first. I find Dido to be much more enjoyable in Enterprise. I don't have any special task tokens. Well. Yeah, definitely get Dido first. I think Dido's a better cruiser than Enterprise. Yeah, Scout, same. I like having secondaries that can actually do something. But the problem with that is, if you have AIs that are accurate with secondaries, they're accurate with the main guns. And then you just run into situations where people, like earlier, control your anti-air, and let the AI just do your main guns, because it will hit the target anyway. Oh, Midway. I actually like Midway when it comes to this single cap map.
Gunners are searching for airborne and surface targets.
Because these islands are actually pretty decent cover. So if you can get there, they're alright. That's 5-3. Do I see any obvious bots? Not really. Like, yeah, these are the games bots, like Clemens, Crawford, Christopher, Elliot, Pro. These are obviously the in-game bots. But there are some with like really obvious names that are bots as well. Ah, yeah, there is. I've run into those two bots 3 days ago as well in the Yubari. They sail from one end to the other. They usually spout some nonsense copy-paste religious text, and then do nothing. Like, yeah, you can indeed face battleships with this BR. But again, this entire day, I haven't seen a single battleship yet. This entire day. And I don't think I'm going to see one in this battle either. Like, 5.3 is that weird BR where you could see battleships, but for some reason you just don't. 40mm with AP shells can do something against destroyers, definitely. Even 20s can. But at really close range, the AI will hit often enough as well with those guns. What is already shooting at me? Really? I mean, okay.
Fire on board.
Could have space, so it's 5-7. Yeah, I haven't. I've had one game of 6-0 with like Cleveland's, not Cleveland's, Helena's, Mikuma's. I had one 6-0 game. Yeah, this as well is also a 6-0 game actually. Helena. But I haven't seen any battleships yet. Which is really strange. Like, that's kind of a suspect name, but I don't think that's a bot. That's just a weird name. What was he in? What was he in to immediately leave? A Moffat. Oh, of course. Oh, of course. Gotta celebrate those people. Oh yeah, no, BB is definitely good. But it's strange to not have seen a BB yet this day. I don't think they're that bad, Italian cruisers. Especially their heavy cruisers are actually alright. Zara and Pola, those two of the same class ships, are apparently really tanky as well, especially if you bow in. And the heavy cruiser guns are no longer as inaccurate as they used to be. I personally have played Etna and Bartolomeo Colleone as well, or whatever this other 4-7 cruiser is, and they're not too bad. 4-7, of course, cruisers aren't really that bad. Especially the Bartolomeo or the 4-turret cruiser is decent actually. The Etna is slow, which gives it a few problems, and the vast amount of anti-airmans also doesn't help. I think Bartolomeo is definitely alright, 4-7. The thing is, there are definitely light cruisers in this game that you do not have to see as light cruisers. You have to see them as big destroyers, because that's what they are, actually. Like Kuma, Agano, Tendai, Bartolomeo Colleone, Etna, they're all large destroyers and not really light cruisers. So if you see another cruiser, don't think, oh, I'm in a cruiser, I can fight that cruiser. Think, I'm in a destroyer, I should not go have a fight with a cruiser. I should fight other destroyers. That kind of thinking makes them a bit easier to play, in my opinion. The thinking of, no, I'm not a cruiser, I do not fight other cruisers, I fight destroyers. Yeah, Barto is a cruiser, but not... doesn't feel like one. It has 135s. Or is it another one I'm thinking of? Regolo, that's the one. I'm sorry. I always confuse those two. But it's like, yeah, those 135mm guns, 140mm guns, they're not cruiser guns. They're just large destroyer guns. Yeah, Etna with only 6 guns is a bit anemic, but Regolo with 8, I find that ship to be solid. Of course, having the speed to actually get in and out of cover it also helps Regolo compared to Etna. I'm not sure how that works for the Italians. I know that on the X-ray model they can be damaged, but I'm not sure if that disables them. It probably does. Not really in a position I want to be, really, but I don't have much choice. If I go broadside now, I'm going to expose way too much of my ship. I might actually bully that Atlanta a bit. That's going to way undershoot. He's moving. That's impressive, Soviet, killing a McCoom at type 1936. Why has this Karlsruhe stopped shooting? Never mind. It's not like he's been ammo racked. Or has he? There's another one. But I should be fine as long as I stay bowing. Broadside cruiser might actually be better than a bowing one to shoot at.
Victory is close.
Yeah, the float planes are really they're really easy to repair. "25 seconds to repair my bridge." Okay.
Fire on board.
I keep forgetting that I'm actually reversing, so I need to open the distance. For my correction, I want to close it. That smoke screen is actually really useful for me, if it actually does anything. But I still can't really burn, that's the problem. Oh, you can... That carrier almost gave me a heart attack just seeing them. Like, almost. It didn't. Just... Could you imagine? Could you imagine that actually being a player? I don't even want to imagine. Although I have. I've made a video, I'm making a video about it, so that's... I don't like the idea of that even being a thing. Just... No. I fear it. I dread it. Player carriers. Premium ship I can recommend. Depends on the tree, of course. M802 is really powerful for German coastal, but that's going up to 3.7 soon. I'm not sure how well that's going to fare at that BR. The thing is, like, most blue water vessels are just blue water premiums, are just copies of factory ships, with maybe one or two differences. So Helena is a good one because Brooklyn is a good ship. It's a good light cruiser. Though 6.0 is going to struggle a bit against the things it faces. Yeah, I don't want to recommend M82, but I cannot lie, it's a good ship. It's just that I don't want to face it because it's overpowered. God damn it. They're finally moving it up in BR, but I don't know if 3.7 is really going to save that particular bracket of coastal. What else is there for good premiums? The thing is, I don't really use premium ships that often myself. So I don't really particularly care for them. Moffat is not a bad destroyer. It's just that as soon as you know that the rear ammo is vulnerable, they just die instantly. What else do we have? Japanese destroyers I wouldn't recommend because they're not really that good in our current damage model with only high explosive. Mikuma is alright, but again, light cruiser. One that would make it good. Honestly, the German ships wouldn't be bad premiums. Like Karlsruhe and Eugen. Because Eugen is a good example of a heavy cruiser, but it also, of course, has a magazine weakness. But having a weakness teaches you how to angle and how to avoid that damage. If you want to learn how to position yourself to not be ammo racked, then Moffat is a good ship. Moffat is definitely a good choice. It's not too expensive, it's a powerful ship with those guns. And, well, it is a 5.0, which is not the best for destroyers. As you can see, it can face matches like these. But it might be alright. Jervis, the British Jervis might not be too bad either. Because I think that's 4.3, and 4.3 is a really good BR for destroyers. A really good BR. So you might want to pick that one up to learn destroyers a bit better. Cruisers? What do you think, really? It's for... Jervis is 47. Oh yeah, Yugure is pretty cheap for an event vehicle on the market. Ah yeah, Moffat and Detroit together are decent, because then you have two premiums. Yeah. I'll look at the premium trees in a bit and see what I can find. Might be good. Not really much of an eventful match. Oh well. Oh yeah, is Jervis going down? Was it part of that list? I thought it was. Let me check again. Do my modifications. I'll take more speed first. Okay, let's actually look at the premiums. What do we have? Detroit, Moffat, Wilkinson. Wilkinson is not too bad, a bit fragile, but it's a fun destroyer too. Alan is a good ship. Detroit is a battle pass vehicle, so I don't think you can get it unless it's on the market. Coastal. I think Thunderbolt is a good coastal vessel too, and so is this. Actually, all three of these are pretty good, decent vessels. I used it, Sky. That's where it went. You know where it went? You know where it went? This thing. I could not be bothered grinding it with 2000 RP a match with these things. I just couldn't. I just want to spade and get closer to Blackpool. But I was looking at premiums. These three are decent for the US. Most of the premiums are decent as well. Just, yeah. Germany. That's reserve, you don't care for that. Also an event vehicle. I don't know if you can get it anymore. Solid ship. Both of these are good to learn, but they're expensive, really expensive. So, I wouldn't recommend getting these because they're really expensive and the ammo racks are, yeah, a bit hazardous. MI2 2 is also very expensive, but a really good ship. VS8 is not really that good. It's very niche because it's a mine layer with like mine laying hydrofoil with 15mm guns. I have no clue when or if they ever actually choose to change. Where is it? Spade. That thing still has the actual old hull segment damage model, even though it spawns with frigates. It spawns with destroyers. It's really slow. Doesn't have the firepower. It's just why? Don't buy Orla. Just don't, because that's overpriced for a ship at that BR. For that performance, I've seen people do well in it, but 4.0 is a rough BR for coastal. I've seen people use this thing, but I don't know what it's like. What is this thing actually like? Frontal 14 mil, 2 dual 20s. No torpedoes though, that's a shame. Oh, it does have... No, depth charges, yeah, no. The 40 mil is a bit... not the best. The dual 20s are decent if you have AP bills for them, but... Also an event vehicle, so that I don't think you can get it anymore, by it being overpriced. Yeah, Jervis I think is a solid ship. Jervis is a solid destroyer. Yeah, I think if I were to have to buy a premium ship, I think it would be Jervis. Japan, of course. That's an event ship. That's a reserve, you don't care about that. That's not really that good, it's just a bit gimmicky with those airplane engines. Okay, Bono is decent for a frigate. But yeah, it's a frigate, so that's a bit rough. 3.3, you have a good lineup at 3.3. It's too pricey. PG2 is a bit special. Which ones of these are actual? But don't care about reserves. There's an event, I think it's still pretty cheap. Yeah, Garland. But Garland isn't really a fun ship either. I didn't enjoy it much when I played it. Now is also an event vehicle. Don't buy Yubari because that's horrible to grind with. So if you somehow manage to do well in Yubari, you'll do well in all the other Japanese cruisers too. Shimakaze is squadron vehicle, so that you can get free. These are old vehicles, so don't care. Mikuma. It's Mikuma is same as Suzuya, so if you want to know what Japanese later cruisers are like, get Mikuma. But I don't like it much. Mikuma is just identical to Suzuya. Identical. It's... I don't know. That kind of cruiser. I used to really like that cruiser, but with something changed to those guns, and it's not what I used to know. Aviere is an event. I actually liked Aviere. It's a good comparison. Don't, for the love of God, buy a Leone, because it's the worst destroyer you can have for that. Though at 4.3, I have spaded Leone in one day with boosters and everything. So... But I wouldn't recommend it. It's really... If you know what you're doing, you can do stuff in Tigre and Leone. I wouldn't recommend it. Pola might be a good buy, but it's expensive. 8,000 golden eagles. But it's a solid ship, and it'll grind you out the entire Italian 3. I don't know about Sparviero. I don't have it. But I don't think it's that good, to be honest. And that's an old reward vehicle, but that's expensive as well, I think. But yeah. I think if I were to buy a premium, it would be Jervis. I think it would be. Because I like the British destroyers, but they're also vulnerable to ammo racks. They're open turrets, so they get knocked out by the high explosive. So, yeah, it's probably Jervis or Wilkinson or Moffat. It's either of those. But like Wilkinson would be a good choice as well, because that's fun. Those rapid fire. Let me actually show you. Those rapid fire 76s. You said it, but Wilkinson is large. It can be ammo racked. Well, the secondaries can be ammo racked,
Gunners
and
are searching for airborne and surface targets.
like, yeah.
Gunners are searching for airborne targets.
I just look at these 76s when they fire, and they have VT as well. Really fun. But I don't see the... there it finally goes. It doesn't have 20 mils though, so those are the only anti-air guns it carries. Compared to the tax-free ship. Yeah, like Helena is a good ship, but it's pricey. Like premium cruisers are really expensive, so I don't really want to recommend them. But yeah, Wilkinson, Moffat, most of the premium destroyers are genuinely worth it. Smelly is probably actually a good buy as well. I haven't actually looked at this. Kirch is, very funnily enough, an Italian cruiser, so but the price is again a bit of a downer. Smelly is decent as well. And then you have all of these as well. This is a fun ship as well, the 2-1K. The 1-3K, I mean. But yeah. No. For naval, it doesn't make a difference for ammo rack chance. For as far as I know, I haven't really done the testing for it, but as far as I know, it doesn't change anything. That's why I always take max ammo as well. I was doing Great Britain. And let's see. Does it on some ships, guy? I really need to do proper testing when it comes to that, but for as far as I know, it doesn't make a difference. So I just bring max ammo anyways. Yeah, I think I'd recommend the same. The 1-3 bis, I also have the thing, it's really fun. If you know how to use it well, it's really fun. Like, usually the 1000 Golden Eagle premiums for Naval are pretty solid. I don't, off the top of my head, think of one that's just bad. Go for Jervis, Wilkinson, or Moffat. Any of those three you can think of, depending on which three you want. If you want to go around the Americans, go for Wilkinson or Moffat. If you want to grind the British, go for Jervis. And if you wanted to grind the Russians, go for Smelya. Like, generally the 1000G destroyers, pretty good choices. Rahul, when it comes to aiming the 1-3 in a move, slow down, like to full ahead, to 70 kilometers an hour, and then they're much more stable. It's something I found out when spading that ship, because it goes like 90 kilometers an hour and it's way too unstable. Slow down to 70-ish kilometers an hour and you're much more stable to shoot. And no problem, Mayhem. It's what I'm here for, really. That's why I make content, to help people make informed choices. I did think about reviewing premiums at one point, but the problem is, as you might have been able to see, I don't have all premiums, so I can't really fairly judge them. They haven't changed the at once damage model, I think. I'll check after this match. Wasn't it the M17 that got moved up along with the M802, not the MZ1? Yeah, Rahul, I can ask Gaijin for a test drive if I'm a content creator. I'm not yet part of the CC program for Gaijin. I don't have enough viewership yet. And with the fact that I haven't uploaded a video in like months, still a ways away. Yeah, that's the only thing I actually have all premiums for. That's Japan. I'm only missing Akabono, but I don't really feel the need for it because I do have Ikazuchi. Oh, like, I got Kiyoshima from the closed beta for Japanese 3. And I think I got all of the other ships either during the event or off the market just after the event. But they've indirectly nerfed the Japanese destroyers into the ground by making high explosive next to useless with these damage models, and it's just there was a brief window of time with the release of the previous update where high explosives seemed to do damage again, but that passed by soon enough. Which is a real shame because I really like those destroyers, visually speaking, and just I like Japanese ships in general. You can check it in the hangar if you go to armor view and then the test. I'll show you after this match how you can check if it has the hull segment or crew compartment damage model, or the old and new damage model. I'll show you how you can check. Yeah, and the thing is, with these premium cruisers now being fodder for battleships, it's a bit... I can't recommend paying for a cruiser like that with your actual money, because you're just going to get dunked on by battleships. It seems that base fuse high explosive still does work against destroyers, because I was playing the Germans a while ago and they seem to still do pretty alright with their base fuse shells. So I'd have to check again, because I don't know exactly if that was also during the time where high explosive did well or not. That MTB got a kill? On what? Ah, still, that's impressive. Should probably not really go around this corner. I don't know what I'm facing. Emden, it seems it's a 5.3 match. There are still plenty of dangerous ships at 5.3. Okay, a scout plane coming in. I don't see any other enemy ships yet, so I'll just try and go for C. Like, another thing about AI gunners, if you don't know this yet, look at where my shells are going, right? They're going way under. But when we get around 5 kilometers, now they'll properly adjust for the drop. You see? Most annoying blue water ships to fight. It depends on what you find annoying. I find ships with high fire rates annoying to fight. So Atlantis, Brooklyns, Helenas. Even those German scout cruisers are surprisingly rapid fire. I find them annoying, because they can deal a lot of damage, but if you angle well, they're not going to kill you if you go bow into them, but they'll set you on fire, destroy modules, over and over and over again. And that's really annoying.
Gunners are searching for airborne targets.
Come on. Also, Dace is just, like, for some reason AI gunners can't really deal with stuff on the surface, I've noticed. Even if it's aircraft, that's kind of annoying. Also the fact that there's no easy way to really shoot these aircraft whilst they're on the surface.
Aircraft down.
Depends. If you're in a battleship yourself, there are more and less annoying battleships to face. Like, a Hyuga is almost a joke if you know where to shoot it.
Engine destroyed.
What else is there? I think some even of the German battleships aren't too dangerous if you know where to shoot them. But I really haven't played battleships and I don't play them that much. So I can't really give a well-informed opinion on those. 1 second, I get called again. And I'm back again. Yeah, I kind of got myself in this position and I know like this guy has free reign on my broadside. That guy is not really much of a threat because I'm angled towards him, but that guy is going right for the engines. And I need to stop preparing for firefighting. I'll be fine with just one engine. I'll just make it.
Fire on board.
I think when it's like to continue that question for every like PR packet, Moffat and other rapid fire destroyers are also annoying to fight. Just things that just constantly shell you, set you on fire, knock out your compartments, knock out your modules, those are annoying to fight.
Attack the enemy!
Need to stop my flooding. I also need to start hitting that cruiser, but my aim is just... I'm a bit split, my attention is a bit split between two targets. I think I'll deal with this Omaha next. So I go bow into that cruiser. And there's another Omaha. And now to just break his legs.
Attack the enemy!
Done.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Fire on board.
Don't be too worried about fires, because they're out in 4 seconds anyway.
Fire on board.
You're right ahead, Thomas. I think I'll shoot the front now. Liverpool spading is going smoothly. I have yet to see a single battleship battle. And I haven't had to use for any backup, so I haven't activated any. Even though I really should. Oh, he repaired his
The enemy
engines.
ship sank.
That's stupid of him. Will this be the first loss of tonight? It might be. I am just not dying yet, Thomas. I'm just... But I'm having luck with matchmaking as well. Because again, I've seen 2 6.0 battles.
Destroy the target!
Fire on board.
And no battleship battles yet. streamer luck has run out after how many hours? 3.5? Was about time, wasn't it? Really, another aircraft? That's a bit old. You know what? You're starting to annoy me. You're starting to really annoy me. Like, you see what I mean with annoying opponents? Like, he's not killing me, but it's really annoying. Constantly get shot at. Also, I need to... Nope. This is my death. This is my death. Can I? Nah, almost. Yeah, that's probably not going to kill me either now. The fire might, if I'm not quick enough. Just, come on, get out of here. Thank you. I swear to God, the A36 got shot down by B-51.
Fire on board.
Lovely. Now repair the hole. Now undo the unflooding. I'm dead from fire though. Yep, dead from fire. And game's over anyway. I still technically did not die in a battle. Well, in a while at least. I think that's the first defeat of the night. Let's check. Well, I say night. It's more like afternoon. Yeah, that was the first defeat. So 9 victories, 1 defeat in 3.5 hours. Seems reasonable. I don't want to spawn here, but because that's just a Turkish shoot. I'll go there.
Gunners are searching for airborne targets.
I am Belgium. I'm located in Belgium. Otherwise known as Germany's speed bump in both world wars. And the mixed match between the Netherlands and France. Damn it! I was going to show you that. I'll do that. Do it now. I'll do it now. I'll do some other stuff as well. What was I going to do? Damage models. Anything else? I'll show you damage models first. And I was going to play a battleship game as well, wasn't I? Like a while ago. So I might do that now that the crew is locked. So if you go to armor, you go to protection analysis, and you shoot it, you see a whole segment. So you know, this ship has the old damage model. Then when you go to any other ship, let's say for the sake of argument the M802, which is Coastal Fleet preview. Then you go to protection analysis. Though with the bug now, I don't know if it's that obvious. Yeah, it's bugged, so it shows you this in the damage model in damage view as well. But if I go Blue Water Fleet, if I go what has an AP shuttle just over pen? I think Lenta maybe. Let's go with something heavier, shall we? Portland, and we go with AP, and we go like right around here. Can we see it? You can kind of no. It's because of this bug now, isn't it? But yeah, normally when you shoot, and it's the cruiser damage model, you'll see the compartments. But because of this bug, it's not really that visible, is it? Let's see if we can replicate an actual blue water vessel. Like, you can see the crew compartment there, couldn't you? Like there, you see that? That's how you see that it has the complex or the newer damage model. Because of this bug at the moment, you can't properly see it too often. Is Gabbiano any good? Not really. Like, the torpedoes are good because they're Japanese torpedoes, of course they're good. But the Gabbiano really isn't more than a big destroyer. So that's how you know if it has the good damage model or the new damage model, and if it just has, like I showed earlier, if it just has the whole segments, you know it's a coastal damage model. Of course, with this bug going around nowadays, at the moment it's a bit difficult to see the difference, but if you know, you know. Shall I do a single battleship game just for the sake of it? Why do I not? Oh, my Setsu is there. Let's do a single battleship game and see what that's like. I am going to use a backup because I'm going to die and I know it. So I'm just going to use a backup. Yep, you can exactly use it too. The problem with the damage viewer is though, is that you only fire a single shell in a damage viewer, so you can't really simulate how a full salvo would do, but only a single shell. I don't have HMS Tiger, and I'm probably never going to get it because it's way too expensive on the market. Way too expensive. Like several hundreds now, isn't it? In the marketplace. Let's see if we can find it somewhere. This queue is probably going to take a while, so I might as well look it up in something else. Boom. There we go. Tiger. Map design. In general, I don't have too many problems with map design. What I have a problem with is spawn points. Like, yeah, sure, there are maps that are just not like some maps are also just not designed for some ships. African Gulf comes to mind when you have battleships and cruisers. You just know, because you only have one large ship spawn. It's all the way at the top, 8 kilometers away from the other team. The fact that you only have one spawn and the entire team has to spawn there is just no. That ruins it. There are maps, like most maps that are designed for bigger ships are fine, in my opinion. It's just that when they use maps that are really not designed for bigger ships and put big ships on them, it's just bad. Because of the limited spawn points, just the fact that it's not designed for those ships, several things. But in general, map design is alright. If you play the ship the map was designed for, it's a good map. It usually is. There are several other maps like it. Japanese port, for example, also only has one cruiser and battleship spawn. Though it's a bit further away from, I think it's 12 or 10 kilometers away from each other, so it's a bit further away, but still. What maps are there as well? I can't think of many. Actually, can I actually look at my... No, I can't. Encounter no... Oh, is that... Yeah. Does that only have one spawn? One big ship spawn? It does, yeah, it does, doesn't it? And that's also a bad one where you spawn like 8 kilometers away from each other. Like, the problem is not the maps themselves, it's the fact that that they're trying to put ships on the maps that those maps were just not designed for. It's a problem of the matchmaking pool, like the map pool in the map rotation of certain ship classes. Like this map, I used to really hate this map because it can be won by coastal vessels, but recently I've come to like it, especially fighting around sea. Because again, you have 2 spawns, so you have a choice of where to go, so the team is split up. Like, I actually kind of like this map spawning at sea. Like, here I don't like it because you get into cover on A, and then you take minutes to get into cover to actually shoot people again. But on this side, you have these islands in the middle to kind of play with. You have those islands as cover. More visual cover than actual practical cover. Like, also, the spawns are kind of hidden from each other. Like, I can shoot at him, but I don't really see him. Also, it seems I have the nuclear sun into my eyes. Where is it even? Where is... Why is the sun a disc? What's up with that? That's an AI. It's even possible that the AI is just going to try and win this. But yeah, I had this map for the longest time on my ban list. Because this spawn is atrocious. Because you get into cover, and then it takes you like 15 minutes to actually get into a battle. But here, you have some cover to play around with, actually. And, I don't know, you get into a battle that's not too bad, I think. And also not a lot of people spawn here to begin with. But yeah, the north side on this map is bad. Spawn here if you actually want to have a decent time. In blue water ships. Oof, almost. That's a... What is that? I don't have the Flissi one myself yet. I'm at that BR as well for Germany to grind. Literally I'm researching those things myself. I'm researching AFD1 and Flissi as I think next. Or whatever is cheaper. I think the S10 is cheaper, so I might go for that first. Yeah, like again, I'm fine with most maps. It's just that having a single spawn ruins them. That's usually the reason why maps are bad, because the entire team spawns at the same place and you don't have any choice. Like, I could now choose to either go into that firefight or be here and chillax, because nobody ever spawns here for some reason. Like, I had the choice of what to do. That's why I've recently, even though this map is not that good for blue water vessels, I've unbanned this map recently. Because it's, you know, you have a choice where to spawn, and I actually like fighting around this area. If you people remember my Japanese battleship review, I actually made my Hyuga segment a really good battle on this part of the map, where I like one-shotted a Kaiser or something over there as well. Like you could say that this map is not designed well, but then there are maps with better layout generally that are just ruined because of a single spawn, like Norway. Like I like Norway, but it's too small. It's not designed for this kind of ship, and you only have one spawn. Whilst here you have a choice of either going north or south. And the choice of going north or south actually drastically changes your battle, as you can see from the firefight over there. That's at AI again. Let's see if I can actually land a shot on him this time. Kinda want to see that Russian battleship there and shoot at that. That must have been splash damage. If that was a direct hit, it would have done more damage. Also, this is a marketplace camo for the Hyuga, by the way. I like it a bit more than the standard grey. Like, if there's something I can recommend you do in Naval, is go to either the marketplace, because most skins are cheap, if you have spare Gaijin coins from events or something, or go to warthunder.live or live.warthunder and just download skins. Most of them are great, and it really changes how a ship feels when you play it, having a good skin or camouflage on it. I'm not seeing anything at all. Not really, Thomas. If you actually log into your War Thunder account on War Thunder Live, you have a bunch of filters for camouflages. A bunch of filters. You can look for specific ships, specific nations. Yeah, so exactly. If you have a ship with a skin on it, it becomes a bit more personal. It becomes a bit more a thing that you have. Instead of just another Hyuga, another Scharnhorst, another whatever the hell that is. Other people cannot see, especially War Thunder Live skins, they cannot see. Market skins, it depends. Like, if you have a market skin and it says fictional, people can switch it off. If you have a historical market camo, everybody sees that, no matter what. But like fictional camos, not necessarily. I'm really not good at killing these Russian battleships. I don't know how to do it. I don't play battleships enough to know how to kill them efficiently. I might, Thomas, if I ever unlock Blackpool or the other one. But I still think it's worth to get a live skin, because it does make your ship a little bit prettier. Like, I have some skins for my German ships, German cruisers, and they're really nice. think my next salvo I'll load AP and try to ammo rack that thing. Because I have ammo racked those ships before. I just don't remember how. Also, I'm just not a fan of SAP in general. Even for battleships, I'm not a fan of it. Like, sure, it's fun when you see a destroyer like that rushing towards you in a battleship and you have SAP loaded, because it just nukes them. But, I don't know. I prefer just having HE. HE does the job just as well. Like, let's see what I can do to this destroyer if I actually hit it. Not enough sideways. Not enough sideways indeed.
The enemy is winning.
I should have turned much earlier, but I don't really care. As long as I get into the cap.
Allied forces have captured a zone.
Russian Navy in World War II didn't exist for the most part. Like, most of the cruisers we have in game at the moment are post-war cruisers, you know, Sverdlov and Kirov. They're not World War II ships. Then you do have a few battleships. I mean, I'm also not really that good with naval history. For as far as I know, Russian Navy didn't really exist in World War II. What flag is that? German? Or is that the Russian naval flag?
The enemy is controlling most of the zones.
How am I top of the team? I've barely done anything.
We're losing.
Unless somebody has an aircraft to get B or A, I'm probably not going to win this. Ah, it's a bot, but actually I might actually just use it. I forgot that the AI gunners will fire my main guns, so let's just switch that off. And use my secondaries. I might actually just launch my sap at it out of annoyance. Yeet. Yeah, that should kill it. That battleship is just hiding around that corner. There's nothing much we can do.
Attention to the designated grid square.
The enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
And as you can see, these battleships are also very slow. So much so that it's almost boring. Again, this map is probably actually one of the better maps for battleships, because it's so vast. But at the same time, it's also one of the worst, because you can't get into any of the capture points in battleships. Is he poking his nose around the island? I just saw this crowd for a second. Damn. There are battleships that are much faster than this in World War II. I don't think really that much. Like Scharnhorst is, I think, one of the examples of a fast battleship, because that thing goes 60 something kilometers an hour, which is actually really good. It's almost as fast. It's practically as fast as a cruiser. That's again a bot, so I don't really care. I might as well. I get the feeling I'm not going to shoot at much else. And that's why Hugo is a powder keg. I was angled. And it went straight into the frontal magazine. Straight into it. Like, that's also why I'm saying I don't really have that much experience with battleships, because it's either this or Setsu, which is also garbage. That frontal magazine right out of the water, the rear magazine out of the water. The only reason the middle magazine is somewhat protected is because of the coal bunkers. Other than that, Hugo, no matter where, it'll detonate. You angle forward, it'll detonate through the front magazine. You angle towards the rear, it'll detonate the rear magazine. When it comes to Scharnhorst, the best way to shoot is just above the armored belt, because it has somewhat exposed crew compartments. So they're not exactly easy to hit either. I'll actually switch to AP to try and get those crew compartments. That's an air cruiser, I'm not really too concerned about it. Like, I can't see if I'm actually hitting these crew compartments or not that I want to hit. Yeah, it is. It probably is. The thing is, I don't have HE. I have SAP. Which I don't like SAP. I just don't. I'd rather have high explosive than SAP. Because at least I know what to expect from high explosive. Maria is just sitting there, of course. Just biding his time. Doesn't seem like the Sharn horse is falling too much, is he? Slowly but surely I'll kill him. But the game's going to be over. So it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. The thing is, shooting a turret, turrets can pretty quickly be replaced depending on the ship. Like, I don't know what the average repair speed is, but let's say, for example, my... Of course the mission relief wins. The... Come on, disappear. Chicago over here. It has a big old turret, and only one turret at the front. It repairs in like 6 seconds with my crew. The good thing is, though, if you keep knocking out the turret, the opponent will also keep losing crew. Knocking out turret also sets fires, which is annoying to deal with, which that also delays the repairs. It is genuinely a good strategy to knock out turrets. It's just not the easiest, especially at range. And of course you also need to be able to knock out turrets. Like, this turret only has 15mm of armor, that's no problem. But if you look at something like the Russians with their battleships, if you get to that stage, their turret armor is 250mm. High explosive is not going to knock out those turrets, unless you maybe hit the roof. But sides, not so much. AP will maybe knock them out, depending on the angle, depending on what penetration you have at range. Like, if I do protection analysis, I take my Hugo. Actually, let me go back to Imperia Maria, because that was the thing we were facing earlier. Protection analysis. Japan, if we go to 5, Hugo, AP, we're shooting at 8ish kilometers. The angle is like this. Should have not. Probably wasn't that angle. But I didn't actually shoot. I should sap, didn't I? Yeah, like sap doesn't do anything to it. 14-inch sap at 8 kilometers just doesn't do anything. AP would have. Sap doesn't. If I hit the roof? Not really, because it ricochets. Or shatters or does something, but yeah. But it is definitely a viable strategy to destroy gun turrets. Am I going to continue? It's already getting pretty late. 6 PM now. Yeah, like open. That's also the reason why you see me not repairing my anti-aircraft gunners, so I don't keep losing crew. Does it both? It depends. Because like when I do this armor analysis, protection analysis, I'm only firing a single shell, of course. I don't know what happens if I fire 6 shells that hit the same turret, for example. Though you get a pretty good idea of what you can do with a single shell. I'll do one more battle, I think, in Liverpool, and then I'll have to end for tonight. And now we wait for the circle to complete and actually get into a match. And there we go. Final match for this stream. Not the worst map. Not the worst. Not the best either, really. Because again, you only have one spawn. Like, if you had a spawn here and here, that would be so much better, because now then you could choose if you want to go to A or to go to C. But now you just have to fight the traffic and actually try and get to the objective you want to go.
Searching for airborne targets.
Like what? Like Admiral Hipper. Like if I want to turn right now, I have to slow down, get out, let the Hipper get out of my way, and yeah. Hope nobody spawns directly behind me. Or now I have to wait for that Dido as well. Like, if I had a spawn point over there, and a spawn point over here, you wouldn't have this kind of situation. You'd have people there going to A, and you have people here going to C. But no, now you have to wait for traffic. And there's another Eugen, so I still have to wait. And in the meantime, I'm going to get rammed from behind by a Naval, because again, I'm right in the spawn. What is that thing doing here? This is a 5-7 game, isn't it? Then what's the 3-3 doing here? Oh, he might actually be rushing a cap, but still. Is that a airplane or a coastal vessel? I think it's a coastal vessel.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Is that the thing with the... Ah, it is the thing with the 6-inch guns. Okay, that's a 4.7. Don't really see many destroyers at this BR. All depends. Like if you get a 5.7 match, I'm actually surprised to see that many destroyers. I assume that's a different coastal vessel in B now, but it could be an aircraft. What a torpedo boat, eh? So for just a moment. See if we can find him again. Is it one of those bots again, just shooting their machine guns into the sky? Trying to hit something. That's going to be too much lead. He's turning. That might be alright. If only the island wasn't in the way. A Moffat and a Mitcher against a Satsuki. That's a bit bullying. Bit mean. Come on. That's Satsuki's torpedo, that's for sure.
Gunners are searching for airborne and surface targets.
Yeah, I'm not going to hit that thing. Can I hit this thing's ammo rack? Surely. Nope. Attempt number 2. Looks good. Too high. I might as well just crew kill it now, instead of go for the ammo rack.
Done.
A light cruiser that close by, eh? Earth, so I should be able to deal with that.
Done.
Is that the Mitcher? That is the Mitcher over there. Seems my eye gunners are preoccupied with it.
Gunners are searching for airborne targets.
Yeah, just about right.
The enemy ship sank.
Mitcher's dead. I can focus on the Arethusa. And there's an enemy aircraft up. Okay, be careful. I hear a friendly aircraft, I think. Yeah, scout aircraft. I need to be careful with the robots, but this should be fine. Firecrest is not too dangerous of a aircraft. Though I do think it carries a torpedo. Destroyer feeling brave. Let's see what I can do with it. Instantly detonate the ready racks of the rear turrets. I don't think the Omaha class is going to be much of a problem. That Enterprise might be, because of the range.
Fire on board.
The destroyer is now in cover. Come on. Just hit that Omaha a bit more. Is the destroyer going to push out? Ooh, it's a different one, it's a Sumner. With frontal magazines of which are very vulnerable. I thought they were vulnerable at least. I'll just go with engines like usual. Yeah, it's down to 80%. Killed a few more in the rear and fine. The smoke screen is not going to save you.
Done.
Allied forces have captured the zone.
The enemy ship sank.
And didn't save him either. Ooh, a Moffat. I think that's a bit too far forward. Yeah, it's angled in as well. So it might... no, that's a scout plane. I thought it was an attacker. Almost impressive that they decided to respawn in destroyers right where I can see them. Let's see. I can kill that Moffat before he's fully into cover. Yep.
The enemy ship sank. Fire on board.
This is kind of not what you're supposed to do because it's just spawn camping and nothing else. But I mean, yeah. I guess in that sense map design is kind of bad. When that is a possibility. Did you really just spawn in another one just further away? Still within range. Also, I see those torpedoes. Should probably actually stop backing up. Just in case. That could have almost been another detonation. That was another detonation. Yeah, Liverpool keeps treating me well for some reason. I'm going to try and make it to B, but I don't think I'll make it. Especially with these two on my flank.
Somebody attack him!
Fire on board.
Best 6-inch gun? Probably American one. Like on stuff like the Helena, because of the rate of fire and the shell choice. So I think the German ones are really good as well on those light cruisers. I'd say maybe the American 152s, like on the Cleveland and Brooklyn and Helena, followed by the maybe the German 155s or 152s, whatever they have on those light cruisers, and then the Japanese 155s, I'd say.
Gunners are searching for surface targets. The enemy ship sank.
So I haven't played most of these guns yet. I haven't played the Italian 152s yet. The German 155s I don't have AP for yet, so I don't really know how punchy they are. For the rest, I'm thinking... The Russians I also actually haven't tried yet, and I think they're really good as well. Come on, hit the magazine. I know I can frontally wreck a Eugen in this thing. I just need to hit it. There we go. There we go.
Fire on board.
That fire might kill me. That fire might kill my crew.
Most of the strategic zones are captured.
I am somehow still alive. And this is quite a match for me. Just hope we can win it, and then it'll be a good match to end the stream on. A very good match. Odd behavior for a 4-engine bomber, and I think he's going to crash. Yep. There's another aircraft.
Gunners are searching for airborne targets.
Are there any enemy ships over here? I don't see any.
The enemy is winning. We've got to counterattack.
Oh, darn it. Oh, you don't see many of those.
Aircraft down.
Destroy the target.
But since it's a Fletcher, you can still ammo rack it. Be careful with that heavy cruiser on my flank though. And there goes the cowl. There is a black barge. Black barge. Really? Of all the things to spawn, a flak barge.
The enemy ship sank.
This thing is almost dead actually, I think. Can I engine kill it or do I need to crew compartment snipe it? Frontal crew compartment. Nope, dead. Good, good. It seems like we'll win this. Let's turn bow in and hope we don't die. We've only 10% crew.
Another zone captured. We have the advantage.
If that fire spreads, he might detonate, but I'm dead. I extinguished the fire too. Damn.
Threat in the air.
Yep. 12 kills and 2 air kills, almost 20,000 damage. That is quite the match.
Gunners are searching for airborne targets.
We somehow managed to win as well. That's going to be a good match to end the stream on.
Excellent. Another zone captured. We have the advantage.
Yep, there we go. Game over. 12 kills and 2 air kills in my Liverpool. Yeah, Liverpool. I keep thinking that Blackpool and Liverpool are the same ship, but they aren't. I think Leander is a solid enough light cruiser at 5.3, yeah, sure. I think she's worth it. Well, it of course depends on what kind of matchmaking you have. But for a 5.3 cruiser, I think a Leander is solid enough. Fantastic results. And I think I'm going to leave it here for today. And next time I stream, I'll see what I'll do. That's probably going to be coastal of some variety. Anyway, thank you all for watching, that's okay. And yeah, that was it. And I'll see you next time, I suppose. Goodbye. If I can actually... yeah, there we go. See ya.